Councillor Kuris,
Good morning, present.
Alderman Cronje,
Morning, Cronje, present.
Alderman de Toey,
Môre Rosemary, ek is teenwoordig, dankie.
Councillor Edwards,
Councillor Edwards present.
Councillor Esau, Councillor E.D. Vigland,
Good morning, everyone. Present and Rose.
Councillor R.G. Vigland,
RG Pakla present.
Councillor Frey,
Goeiemôre collega's, gaste het vry is teenwoordig.
Councillor Goeieman,
Present, madam. Good morning.
Councillor Gom, Councillor Gertse,
Gertse present.
Councillor Gregory,
Goeiemôre almal. Gregory present. Baie dankie.
Councillor Greef,
Goeiemôre, Tirous teenwoordig.
Councillor D. Goldie,
Councillor Donald Goldtich present. Good morning, thank you.
Councillor M. Goldie,
Good morning, Rosemary. Good present.
Councillor Hani, Councillor Yankees,
Presentia.
Alderman Johnson,
Good morning, present.
Councillor Kaptein, Councillor Kleinhans,
Goeiemôre, teenwoordig.
Alderman Kritzinger,
Good morning, Ms. Bredenkamp and everybody. I'm present.
Alderman Kruger,
Good morning, I'm present.
Councillor Keat,
Good morning, present.
Councillor Lamini, Councillor Lento,
Morning, Maros, I'm present. Thank you.
Councillor Losi,
Good morning everyone, Losa is present.
Councillor Low,
Morning, everyone. Present, Rosemary.
Councillor Mele,
Morning, Councillor Mangele present. We are not happy of this issue of teams. Speaker, please.
Councillor Masasi,
Morning everyone, present.
Councillor E.T. Medaka, Councillor F. Medaka, Councillor Mrukuli,
Molen in the corner.
Councillor Neetling,
Teenwoordig.
Councillor Niaus,
Môre almal, Neus teenwoordig.
Councillor Ndondini,
Good morning, everyone. Tundini present.
Councillor Kampi,
Morning, Rose the corner.
Councillor Katana,
Molweni betnan qathana ukhona ndikhona ndonke.
Councillor Roelse,
It says goeiemôre, present.
Councillor Syphers, Councillor Simmers, Councillor Smith,
I'm present. Thank you, Rosemary.
Alderman Standard,
I'm present, Rosemary.
Councillor Toto,
Morning, Maros. I hope you're doing fine. I'm present.
Alderman van die Kerk,
Rosemary, Councillor Cyphers is present. I couldn't hear you because I'm breaking up here.
Councillors, please. Councillors, if you didn't get your name, please put it in the chat box. Please
Thank
don't
you.
interrupt. Thank you.
Alderman van Brandes,
Present Rosemary, thank you.
Councillor Foster, R. Foster,
Goeiemôre Rosemary, present.
Councillor S. Foster,
Good morning, Mama Rose. I'm present.
Councillor Windwaai.
Good morning Rosemary, present.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. We'll move on then to item 2. There's no mayoral address. And then applications for leave of absence. Item 3. Do we have any applications for leave, Chief Whip?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. We've got 3 applications for leave. The one is from Councillor N. ESO, then from Councillor Z. Gom, and then Councillor Lamini. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any applications for leave from your side?
Morning, Speaker. Morning, councillors. All other protocol observed. Mr. Poza is attending a conference in Johannesburg, but Kosi Haroff is acting on his behalf. And Mr. Roeder had to just change location because they had lost power at the depot, but he will be logging in soon if he's not in. But otherwise, we are all present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 4, disclosure of interest by councillors. Item 6 of the Code of Conduct for councillors and disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. Are there any declarations? I don't see any hands. We will move on. The next is the previous meeting. To item 5.2, minutes of the continuation of the adjourned ordinary council meeting on the 29th of January 2026, held on the 6th of February. Do we have a proposer?
America proposed.
Proposed, Speaker.
And the seconder, please.
Brown seconds.
Brown seconds. I heard Brown first. Thank you very much. We move on to item 5.3, minutes of the special council meeting held on the 17th of February 2026. Do we have a proposer?
Arnott.
Thank you very much. And the seconder, please.
De Toy.
Thank you. De Toy seconded. 5.4, minutes of the special council meeting held on the 27th of February 2026. Do we have a proposer?
Fry.
We have Councillor from Elder Lady from Brandes and Fry seconding. Thank you. Moving on to item 6, questions of which notice was given. Item 6.1, questions of which notice has been given deferred from previous meetings. Question 6.1.1, question received from Councillor C. Kidd for the submission for special council meeting schedule February 2026 regarding building collapse at Victoria Street. Councillors, as you know, there will be no debate on this. The answers are in the agenda. Therefore, the answers are available to you. Councillor Kidd, as the questions are acceptable, thank you. Councillor Kidd, are you happy with the answers? Thank you. I take that as being fine. We'll move on to the next one then.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Kidd.
sorry, my mic was disabled, but it's now working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on.
Speaker, can I reply?
You may. You have the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, thank you to the administration for the response. However, this issue remains simple and deeply concerning. How do we explain, Speaker, to hardworking middle-income residents that they must enter into strict payment arrangements for arrears, while nearly 10 million rand in debt was written off? Speaker, I think you and everyone will agree that this creates a clear perception of unequal treatment and undermines public trust. The public outcry, Speaker, has also been ignored. Most importantly, the families of the victims have respectfully requested a memorial site, a matter of dignity and closure that deserved and still deserves proper consideration. Speaker, reference is made in the response to a legal opinion, yet it was neither attached to the answers nor was it ever tabled before council. This raises serious concerns about transparency and due process. Speaker, we owe our residents fairness, transparency, and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item, which is 6.2, new. Council, I've recognized nobody. There's no
Just
debate
want
on.
to say a second, Councillor Kate.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from using your microphone. There's no debate on a question. Thank you. We move on to 6.2, new questions of which notice has been given. 6.2.1, questions received from Councillor E. Bussock regarding code of conduct matters and requirements for the appointment of a municipal manager. Councillor Bussock,
Yes, Speaker, I would like to respond quickly on that one.
you may respond.
Speaker, this discipline hearings is long overdue. Two of these discipline hearings serve at front of the committees, and the outcome was published in the newspaper of the George Herald. So we are not follow the rules of order. Speaker, we as the PBI is very disappointed in this, of the outcomes. And these councils are still here. And now the response is they will establish another committee, discipline committee, where they actually going to serve and follow that up. So please, Speaker, what we actually do the right thing, the act is there, and what we can implement the 117 of section of the MMFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next 6.2.2, questions received from Councillor Arlo regarding the athletic track and informal settlements. Councillor Lowe. I'm not receiving a response from Councillor Lowe. Either she's not in or she's unable to. Councillor Lowe is the only person that is permitted to speak on this item. It is her question, therefore she has to speak.
She is speaking.
Councillor Mdaka, I have not spoken to you. I'm waiting for Councillor Lowe, please. Chief Whip. Councillor Lowe.
Hello, Speaker, can you hear my word?
I can hear you now, yes. Can you continue, please?
Speaker, Human Rights Month is in South Africa is observed on March 21, commemorating the Sharpeville massacre in 1960. On that day, police killed 69 unarmed black protesters demonstrating against apartheid and past laws. To give context, Speaker, human rights is to honor victims of apartheid era brutally, highlight ongoing struggles for human rights, dignity, and socio-economic rights and equality. Speaker, in 2024-25 financial year.
Councillor, could you please stick to the answers of the questions?
Ek is nou besig met dit,
Okay,
speaker.
asseblief, want moet dan nie jy weet dinge gaan haal nie. Ons wil net jy kan praat oor
Kyk, speaker.
there is no time, Councillor. I'm
Kan
just
ek
asking you to
praat
stick with the
asseblief?
Councillor.
Speaker, don't
Speaker,
Why is
can
he
you,
speaking?
Speaker, when you rectify someone, can you rectify in English, please, so that we can hear what you're saying? You cannot all speak Afrikaans, but yet there's no one interpreting at the same time. Now you're confusing us. What's happening?
Councillors, I'm going to ask once and once only today for discipline on the microphones. The rules of order are very clear. You do not speak unless I have recognized your hand. I was talking to Councillor Lowe, and I definitely wasn't talking to Councillor Katana. Kampi. So I'm going to ask you, Chief Whip, would you please take note of these? Councillor Lowe, I've asked you to stick with the question, and I understand that you want to go back and create a whole history of the question, but I'm asking you to reply to the answers on the question itself. Thank you.
Speaker, kan ek voortgaan? Kan
You
julle
may
tyd dan afsit man?
continue, please.
Speaker, in 2024-25 financial year, many informal structures were destroyed by fires, often due to factors like unattended candle stoves and illegal electricity connections. The George Municipality Fire Department submitted a report on educational programs, but these haven't materialized, leaving residents at risk. As a good party, we urge the mayor to ensure the fire department and housing department implement these programs and distribute safety kits. We request a report on how many informal households receiving training and how many kits were distributed. The safety of people in formal settlements is critical, as enshrined in the Constitution's Bill of Rights. These also a pressing issue with emergency housing. George Municipality has an emergency housing policy, but applicants are often turned away, citing lack of funds. We find this unacceptable and will submit a list of rejected applicants. We call on the mayor to address these issues and ensure emergency housing is available to those in need. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. I must just, for the record, say that when answers are given or questions are given to questions, that we stick to the answers that were given and to query the answers and not to create new questions. I'm going to continue with this meeting, and I'm going to continue now with item 7, which is the confirmation of the minutes of previous mayoral committee meetings for noting. The first item is 7.1, minutes of the mayoral committee meeting held on the 15th of January 2026 for information. Do we have that noted, please?
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you. We'll move on to 7.2, minutes of the mayoral committee meeting held on 17th of February 2026 for information. Do we have that noted, please?
Noted, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll move on then to item 8.1, which is the transfer of portion of Farm 197, portions 5, 16, 62, and 204 in support of the upgrade of the Timberlake to Eastern Bulk Sewerage System. The first to speak on this item is Councillor D. Gultig. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good morning, Speaker, Honourable Mayor, colleagues, administration, and residents of George. This item goes to the heart of our mandate: service delivery, growth planning, and dignity. Timberlake has outgrown its services sewer infrastructure. The system is aging under pressure and increasingly at risk of failure. Without reliable infrastructure, further housing development is simply not possible. This item provides a clear way forward. The transfer of portion of Farm 197, portion 5, 2, and 204 enables an upgrade of the Eastern Bulk Sewer System. The decommissioning of 7 failing pump stations, lower operation cost and capacity for future development. That is responsible governance. This matter is not optional. In terms of the Housing Act, the National Minister of Human Settlement stated the areas listed on page 195 must be developed by 31 March 2027. Delay increases risk and threatens public health. Speaker, people remain the center of this process. Residents in affected informal, particularly alongside existing sewer pipeline, will be informed and consulted. Most of the work will be underground, but where residents are affected, proper engagement will take place. If temporary reallocation is required, the correct process will be followed to support affected households. We must also be honest. These informal areas are not suitable for families. Residents must therefore ensure they are included into the housing program or accommodated in more appropriate areas. People come first. Safety comes first. Administration has confirmed that public participation will be undertaken and raised in Section 80 of the Civil Engineering Committee. Speaker, infrastructure failure is not inevitable. It is the result of inaction. This item allows us to act now, protect public health, and plan responsibly for the future. I therefore propose recommendation A to E and urge Council to do the same. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is Councillor F.M. Darker. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Ndiyamva umcacisi ocacisayo apha. Kulaa ndawo ayithethayo njengesitsho kukhona abantu abahlala phayana. Yonke le nto ayithethayo apha uba i-reallocation iba iyadingeka bazawuthetha nabantu. Ndifuna uba icace da into yokubana aba bantu baneminyaka behlala kulaa ndawo and akuzuba lula uvele ubathathe uyobajula uthi kubo mabahambe noba baye phi na. Kufuneka aba bantu bejongiwe, funeka aba bantu iinidzi zabo zimithiwe. I-public participation, which means le item funeka isiwe phaa kwaba bantu bahlala kulaa area, bazoyihlaba amahlongwane bezibuza ukuthi benibuza nani ningumasipala ukuthi le nto nifuna uyenza njani, futhi bona bazawuthini emva koko. Soze ke siyivume, Speaker, into yokubana abantu bethu bahlukumezeke ngenxa yokubana sifuna le nto. Kona njengoba sesitsho umntu ogqibothetha, which is uCouncillor Gqutha, njengoba sesitsho njena esithi yonke into izawuthathelwa ingqalelo. Ndifuna ukuthi ni-include ii-councillors zaseThembalethu, ingakumbi i-councillor eseward 21, because laa ndawo iseward 21 iyazi yonke inkqubo enizayithatha phaa enizawuyenza. Ningakulinge nisishiye ngemva kanti niyoqhatha abantu bethu. Siyayivuyela kakhulu into yona eza kwenziwa phayana, lena niyithethayo apha yokubana yi-bulk storage system. It's long overdue. So siyayidinga but kuyo yonke loo nto abantu bethu bangahlupheki.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Could we please have the translation? Thank you very much, Councillor.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. We hear what the narration that has been made says. And as Councillor clearly states, there are people currently residing in the affected area. We want to encourage that public participation should be done the right way. It should happen the right way, because many of the residents living in that area have been there for many years, And the way that this situation will be handled need to be resolved in a sensitive manner. Their needs need to be met, and this item should be taken to those residents so that they can give their input and ask questions when necessary. We will never allow for our residents to be mistreated or mishandled. Just like Councillor Gultig says, everyone will be involved, or everyone should be involved. Councillors of the Timberlake area. Otherwise, we are very excited for this item. It's long overdue. Please involve all the ward councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Kuris. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and community at large. Speaker, the PBI welcomes this upgrade of the Timberlake Eastern Bulk Sewerage System. But let's be clear, many disadvantaged communities are still battling failing severe systems every single day. Speaker, residents are forced to live for days and even months in unbearable stench. This is inhuman. Our children are getting sick. Speaker, this is not just an infrastructure issue, it's a dignity issue. As the PBI, we demand urgent, decisive action. Enough delays. Our communities deserve better. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kampi. You have 2 minutes, please. Councillor Kampi.
Thank you, Speaker. I couldn't speak because you're micromanaging us.
Councillor,
Because the mic you must
Councillor,
switch it
stick to
on
the
and off.
item, please.
No, you
Councillor,
cannot
stick to
call
the
my
item.
name, but my mic is muted by you.
Councillor, your time is
How
running.
else should I
Thank you.
speak? Thank you. Coming back to the item, we as the EFF, we welcome the item as we argue and we plea that the proceedings of this process are be treated with dignity and care, fully care, not compliance, but care for the people. Because we know when things are coming to our side, it's just for the matter of compliance and for the matter of canvassing, because it's very unfair that the pain and the situation that the people are staying in, that is so undefinable, that it must be used for political purposes, because now is now the end of the term. Now people are campaigning so that people can say DA did this for us. They took us out of sewer. The sewer has been there for the past more than 5 years of this term we've been serving, and we've been complaining as Timberlake people, calling for our people, the children playing in the sewer, children having rashes, having health issues because of this sewer problem, because you know Timberlake have overpopulated people, and the population of Timberlake demands extra care. As we always shout and say here, that whenever you're a parent, you must learn to share your bread fairly, not equally, because if you share it equally, yet the numbers and the proportion is not equally, you are being unfair to the other side. Because you know Timberlake is overpopulated, and these issues of drainage, we've been complaining. People will take their overtime, making overtime issues because they want to earn extra cashes with the pain of our people. We won't smile and say we clap hands for you as the DA, because there's an agenda behind this development. Yes, it's a great development, but stop pushing agendas with the pain of our people. Those are the people, are humans. They need to be treated with dignity and care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Masasi. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As my colleague, Councillor Gultig, has already said, this item seeks Council's consent for the transfer of portions of Sankral Farm 197 to support the upgrade of the Timberlake to Eastern Bulk Sewage System. The transfer is required to enable critical infrastructure improvements, including increased capacity, support for future development, and the reduction of operational costs through a more efficient system. These land portions are currently owned by the Western Cape government and must be transferred to the municipality to allow for the project to proceed. The upgrade will significantly improve service delivery for current and future residents of Timberlake. All affected stakeholders will be consulted and assisted as the project proceeds. No one will be left stranded. I therefore second the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 8.1.2. Request for the release of land and to call for proposals for social housing institutions and or other delivery agents to implement the Crocodile Farm social housing project at 30398, George, including the development and management of social housing units and the business precinct on Irvin 30400 and 30406, George. The first to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, with this item, the social housing program aims to provide good quality rental accommodation. The program addressed the private housing market's failure to sufficiently cater for low and middle income households. Households earning from 1.8 to 22,000 rand. Speaker, as we know that the challenge we're sitting with, and this is just to refresh the minds of council, that we sit with the challenge that most people are exceeding the threshold, and that's why we would like to drive this as our first pilot project to cater for those above the threshold also, Speaker. I just want to bring that also in there, Speaker. Speaker, we know that a lot of people out there are looking for housing opportunities, and that's why we would like to see this commence. Speaker, the purpose of this is to get a mandate from council. The purpose of this report is to get a mandate from council to commence with the process of calling for proposals for service delivery agents such as your NHIs and your other delivery agents, your ODAs, in partnership with an accredited HI to operate and manage the social housing units in the Crocodile Farm social housing development, and to enter into a partnership agreement with the SHI or ODA for the release of the land to deliver and manage the entire Crocodile Farm social housing project development. Speaker, I so propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is the ANC, Councillor Mankele. You have 2 minutes, please.
Manibulise Speaker. Usimanage njalo ke ngalento sihlalisa ko teams. Speaker, singu ANC siyayisupporta i-item because luphuhliso oluza ebantwini. Siyanqwenela ke ukuba ngaba bonke abantu bakwazi ukufumana ukuxhamla kwezi project nokuhlala kwezi zinto kuthethwa ngazo. And siyafuna ke ukuba iphele le nto yokuba kubekho ii-project ezimane zivela nje emaphepheni singaziboni zi-implementwa njengezi zikwi-IDP nanizi-aprovile zingabonakali zisenzeka. Ndizama ukuthi ke Speaker, singu-ANC siyayixhasa. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you. Can we have a translation, please?
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you so much. We're not very happy with the way we are being managed on Teams, but in any case, as the ANC, we support this item because we see it as development for our people, and we wish and hope that all communities can benefit from this development. Yes, occasionally there are surprises of projects that come up at a short space of time, but we do support this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Mankele. You have, sorry, Councillor Foster, you have 2 minutes, please. Councillor S. Foster, sorry. Can you continue, please? Councillor Foster, you may continue.
Sorry, good morning. Good morning. I'm just struggling with this network here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and you may continue. Your time is running.
Okay, môre speaker. Al wat ek net wat die PA graag wil sê is dat ons nie nog al die red tape en losgoede nie. Al wat ons daar moet doen. Ons het mos die grond geïdentifiseer vir social housing. So ons moet net begin en ons moet dit begin doen. Want ons mense soek huise, ons sit met 'n waglys van oor die 20,000. So ons moet net die grond vat en ons moet dit net begin doen, want ons mense benodig die huise. En ons moet nie net daar by Crocodile farm huise bou nie. Daar's hoop grond binne in George, binne in die CBD, oral is grond. Ons moet alle grond wat daar is, moet ons vat en ons moet huise bou vir ons mense, want ons mense het die huise nodig. Ons kan nie laat mense afsterf op waglyse, families gaan dood as gevolg van 'n waglys, ouers gaan dood, want mense wag vir 20 jare op waglyste. So ons kan nie toelaat dat ons mense vir jare op waglyste is, maar ons het die grond, maar ons bou nie vir die mense huise, daar waar huise gebou moet word vir ons mense nie. Baie dankie, speaker.
Can I have the translation, please? May I have a translation, please?
Speaker, you must just disable Mr. Ganza's mic, please.
Is Mr. Ganza going to be doing the translation? I thought that the translator was sitting with you. Mr. Ganza, please continue.
Speaker, here's the translation. Mr. Councillor Foster is saying that the PA only wants the municipality to do the following, because they then just reduce the red tape, because the land was identified.
Stupid.
Hello, Speaker. Okay, the land was identified for housing, and we should just take the land and make sure that the houses are built, because there is a large backlog of the housing need. And also the municipality should be looking at the areas that are available in the CBD to also provide social housing opportunities for the people, because people are dying on the waiting list because of the long time it takes to get into a house. And so any efforts that are being undertaken to get housing for the people is supported. Thank you, Speaker, for the translation.
Thank you, Mr. Ganza. I'm going to continue now with the next person to speak, and that's Councillor Kuris. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Social housing project, including the development and management of social housing units, are long overdue. The PBI fought fearlessly over the years for middle-class housing. Our municipal workers, police officers, nurses, just to name a few, the very people who serve our communities are being forced to rent flats in town at expensive rates. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It's long overdue for this municipality to step up, identify land and deliver affordable housing for the middle class and indigenous communities. Speaker, this is about fairness, this is about dignity, and the time to act is now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Kitt. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Good Caucus supports this item. Our position has been clear and consistent. We have long called for well-located social housing in George, in line with our policy on spatial justice, redress, and inclusion. We support it, Speaker, because we understand that the spatial legacy of apartheid still determines who has access to opportunity and who remains excluded. This project must help change that. This is strategically located land and it must work for the people of George. Speaker, our support is grounded in one principle. This project must deliver real public benefit. That requires a development approach that is integrated and sustainable, where the social housing and business components reinforce each other and create a functional community. It requires a proposal process that is credible, competitive, and transparent, one that brings forward institutions with the capacity to deliver. And it requires that this council safeguards the value of this land, ensuring long-term benefit for the public. We must also ensure that communities remain part of this process as the development progresses. Speaker, the need is urgent, the location is strategic, and the responsibility is ours. So let us proceed with purpose and ensure that this project sets the standard for spatial justice in George. This project must become a benchmark for how social housing should be delivered in George. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kampi. You have 1 minute. Councillor Kampi, you have 1 minute.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. As much as we welcome this development, and for a desperate and a needy residents in a black and white form, it may seem assisting, but we won't run away from the fact that it doesn't reflect the true dignity for our people, because you are staying in yards with hectares of yards that have a safe space for your children and dogs to play, that have a safe space for your family gatherings. These houses won't reflect any of that for these residents, because we need land, a land that shows dignity for our people. A human being with just a rental apartment with blocks, a flat up top of others. The noise, if a neighbor is fighting, you cannot sleep because he's living on top of your roof. That is not dignity, that is desperation. But our people are desperate, and you are just doing for the compliance sake, just take, you didn't have it. So if you were the government, that shows that our people that we don't respect them enough to give them land that will give them privacy, that you guys do have the privacy that our people also require as the true residents of South Africa, then we are the governments that are misleading our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last to speak on this item is Councillor Losi. You have 1 minute, please.
Nkosi Somlomo, mandibulele ke kwi-development ezayo. Ndibulela ke ndizithethe ezithe zathetha ke ezifana nabanye okhansila babasevayo phaa kulaa komiti ka-social housing. Ubonakalisa into yokuba ngaba noko sikhabela kwi-direction ezayo. So Somlomo, ndizama ukuthi ke ndiyasekonda ke isisombululo esize nokhansila uJean Cypher. Enkosi.
Can we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Let me thank the Development Committee, and I thank the committee that has been handling this item. With those words, I second what my colleague, Councillor Cyphers, introduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. I have had a request for a 20-minute caucus from Councillor Lento before we continue with the next item, which will be item 8.1.3. Councillor Lento, I will give you a 20 minutes caucus. The time now is on my watch 10:45, and we will resume at 11:05. Thank you. And there was asked for a caucus by Councillor Lento. Chief Whip, are we ready to continue?
Speaker, there was a request from Councillor Lento from the website. There was a statement made by you when somebody was translating to say this is stupid. Can we please just ask you to retract that statement, Speaker?
By all means, I will retract my statement. It had nothing to do with the meeting, unfortunately, and it just shows the importance of being careful on your microphones. I therefore retract the statement, and I'd like to then continue with the meeting then, if that's okay with you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it.
No problem. We'll continue then with item 8.1.3, cost-benefit analysis leasing model for George local municipalities investment properties. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Nias. You have 3 minutes.
Speaker, colleagues and residents of George, of the 7 resolutions before us, the cost-benefit analysis model is without doubt the most practical and sustainable option for George. When combined with a structural lease approach, it provides a strong case for adopting ground lease with reversionary rights as a standard for non-residential municipal land. This model allows the municipality to retain ownership of its assets while unlocking long-term financial and development value. It also ensures that public interest is protected and that future generations benefit from responsible asset stewardship. To support this, I strongly advocate for the establishment of a dedicated property management office, along with clear and standardized procedures to guide implementation. Colleagues, we must move towards creating stable passive income streams over the short, medium, and long term. This model does exactly that. It strengthens our revenue base without compromising ownership. I therefore propose that councillors adopt the approach as outlined and supports the recommendation on page 793 and 794 that council take note of the cost-benefit analysis and leasing model study done by Kaider Connect, that the municipality undertake further investigation into requirements and cost of establishing a property office within the municipal structure, and that a ground lease agreement with reversionary right be adopted as the preferred leasing model for all non-resident development proposals on municipal land, and that a standard operating procedure be developed which should include a standard provision to be incorporated into the lease agreements for adoption by the Executive Mayoral Committee. So I propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes, please. Councillor Hani, your time is running. Councillor Hani, your microphone, please unmute yourself and continue, please.
Speaker, I'm getting a request from the whips that he's still muted his microphone.
I can confirm that he is unmuted. Could one of the other councillors then please, because he is definitely unmuted on our side, but can one of the other councillors then please take over the 2 minutes, please?
Yavela Moscow.
There you go. Thank you. You can continue. Councillor, I've just heard you now. You can continue.
Councillor, as I was going to speak on Councillor Antondini's laptop.
Okay, you may continue, please. Councillors, can somebody please continue?
Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear all of you. Can one of you
Can you
please
hear me?
just,
Okay, he's going to speak here in my laptop.
thank you very much. Can you continue, please? Your time starts now.
Speaker, i-microphone yami ivaliwe speaker andiyanobe yandisabotaja na. Speaker, kulo mcimbi waleyo mhlaba okuthethwa ngawo apha. Singumbutho wesizwe sifumanisekile apha i-most ye-properties eGeorge iyachanelwa to i-developers ezithile. Abantu bethu baphela bengachami kule mihlaba. So kule item thina asiyixhasi siyayinota. Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Could we have a translation, please?
Good morning, Speaker. My microphone was somehow offline. I don't know if it's a sabotage of some sort, but as the ANC on this item, we find that most of the land in George is channeled to developers. As a result, our people, our communities do not benefit from land. We do not support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So noted. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Busak. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. We as a PBI note this item 1.3. It is clear that the transform was vacant or underlies land into a profitable asset and create a structure approach for leasing the municipal properties. Speaker, the important that the ground lease agreement that stipulate the condition under which the lessee could terminate the lease agreement in favor of the procurement the land from the GLM. Speaker, that is the point that we as PBI is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor D. Kultig. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. The report clearly shows that the ground lease model delivers greater long-term value than selling municipal land, while retaining ownership and strategic control. It enables sustainability revenue generation, aligns with our spatial policy, and limits financial risk by placing development obligations on the lessee. The proposal to explore a dedicated property management office is necessary to ensure property governance and accountability. I therefore second the proposal made by Councillor Niehaus. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to the next item, 8.1.4, proposal for the establishment of a municipal entity to implement a land lease development model proposed by Context Property Solutions. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Niehaus. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The proposal by Context Property Solutions should not be approved. It duplicates existing municipal functions, adds unnecessary complexity, and increase financial and government risk. Our duty is to manage municipal assets in a way that is efficient, sustainable, and legally compliant, not to create new entities that complicate oversight and drain resources. Yes, the model may be legally feasible, but it's not practical or necessary. We should strengthen what already exists, not introduce structures that slow us down and expose the municipality to risk. I therefore urge Council to reject this proposal and focus on simpler, lower risk solutions. With this in mind, I take you to page 895 and recommend to Council that the submission by Context Property Solutions to implement a leasehold development model via the establishment of a municipal entity not be approved, as it would result in duplication of functions, increased complexity, and unnecessary risk for the municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Honey, you can continue as you did before, please. Councillor Honey, your time is running.
Hi, Speaker, can you hear me?
I can.
The problem is that for some reason, Councillor Hani's mic is muted permanently.
Councillor, unfortunately, you have to take it to the IT after it. It is definitely not muted.
If we were sitting in the same meeting,
Councillor, I'm not going to get into a debate with you. I'm not going to get into a
Don't
debate
raise
with you.
your voice.
Speaker,
Don't raise your
Councillor.
voice. You are raising your voice because of
Don't
you're
raise
not
your
used
voice
to
in your
anyone
chamber
raising
because
their
these
hand
are the
when
issues
you are
of the
speaking.
tribe.
Councillor, I'm going to ask Councillor Honey to continue with the item, and I'm not going to get into a debate regarding whether we should or should not be doing what. I'm going to ask Councillor Honey to please continue. Councillor Honey, please continue with the item.
Speaker, I don't play like this, please. You are playing
Councillor,
with yourself.
I'm
Don't play
asking you
it
to
like this.
continue.
That's why
Thank
this
you.
teams is not right.
Chief Whip, can you please
No.
Chief Whip? Thank you.
The chief whip doesn't call any meetings. You call the meetings. Stop saying chief whip this, chief whip that. You must listen.
Councillors, please abide by the speaker's rules. Can Councillor Hani please complete, please?
Can you please continue with the item?
You are not doing right now. You are not doing right. As soon as Councillor Hani was going to start to speak, you muted my mic. It's not right. You cannot treat us like this. No, you cannot treat us like this. No, you can't do, because you are causing the chaos here. It can't be. Because I gave Councillor Hani, as soon as he started to speak, then you mute my mic. And now he brings back, and then when it's back to me, you unmute. No, we're not in the preschool here. Yes, Councillor Hani is going to speak. Councillor Hani,
Chief Whip, you have your hand up.
Councillor Hani, he must speak with his
Thank you very
laptop.
much, Councillor. I
give
would
him
just
time, he's
like
going
to
to
ask
speak.
If
Councillor
Councillor was
Lindsay
not
just
here,
to
because he's
speak
supposed
to
to
his
stay at
party,
home,
please, Speaker.
we decided to come here.
Councillor Honey, could you please continue with your item?
Speaker, if I may interrupt here, I see there's a bit of a glitch that the speakers goes mute and then unmutes. So I think that is where we lose a few seconds. So I think it's unmuted now. If Councillor Hani can continue.
Thank you very much. Councillor Honey, can you please stick to the item and continue, please?
No. Speaker, you must wait for Hani to speak. You must wait for Hani to speak.
Can you start the time, please, corporate?
No, Speaker, we're going to wait, Councillor Hani. Let's wait, Councillor Hani, until the laptop done.
Councillors, I'm going to ask the next person to speak on the item. I'm not going to let this.
Speaker, I'm going to use my laptop. I'm not going to use the other councillors' laptop.
Councillors, I'm going to ask for an adjournment for 10 minutes. Chief Whip, I'd like you to address this issue, please. Can we please have an adjournment for 10 minutes and a body break? And we are going to continue this meeting in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. The minutes is now up. We're going to continue with this meeting. I have spoken. Chief Whip, would you just like to give feedback, please?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, Honey went during in the council chat while the meeting was meeting. The laptop subsequently to IT. According to the order, the ANC did state that each council must have their own device. There's a request for Lahani now. So I hope that resolved by IT. Otherwise, if able to, they will go on the speaker.
Very much, Alderman. Going to ask, therefore, Mr. Hani is back on. If you could please continue with your 2 minutes. If not, I will continue to the next speaker then. Thank you. Mr. Hani. Okay, that's IT, that's busy the microphone. So I'm going to continue with the next speaker as per the instructions by the chief. The next item is Councillor. Okay, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I carry on?
Continue. You can continue.
Yes. We as the PBI is not supporting this item. This is a duplicate of the function and the unnecessary risk for the George municipality. Speaker, the risk we to just point on certain things. To appoint a board of directors, the entity will be funded 100% by the municipality and will be 100% municipal owned. Speaker, we as a PBI, and we can ask this question. We can put the question mark on this item that the own will be benefit out of this municipal entity is the properties people. We are the PBI want to make it very, very clear. We will not support this and we will play a big oversight role on this entity. This item. Speaker, we say thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Pusak.
Yeah. Speaker, sorry to add on. Well, this time when you just in the middle of an item, if you ask how the code.
I don't take very kindly, but no problem. I take note of what you're saying. Councillor Brown, you can continue, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I support and recommend support the recommendation made by Councillor Neos. Thank you, Speaker.
Hello, Speaker. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you, Councillor Hani.
Okay.
Councillor, unfortunately, we've continued with this item, and the item has been concluded with a seconding, and the original recommendation was not to accept the item and to reject it. I'm going to thank you for your time. We're going to continue with the next item, please. But I'm glad to see you back in the meeting. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 8.1.5, development of revised concept of land adjacent to the Garden Route Dam, a portion of the remainder of R464 George. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Nias. You have 3 minutes, please.
Speaker, colleagues and residents of George, recreational areas as the George Dam improves people's physical and mental health by providing spaces for relaxation and exercise. Spending time outdoors reduces stress, encourages physical activity, and help people connect with nature and one another. Activities such as walking, fishing, cycling, and sports strengthen the body and refresh the mind. Overall, protecting water and recreational resources is essential for sustainable development and good quality of life. as they support health, create jobs, promote tourism, and ensure that future generations can also benefit from these valuable natural resources. We are told that development means progress, that more buildings, more money, and more expansion equals success. But let me be clear, development is not success if our people are left behind. What good is in economic growth if our children have no open spaces to play? What good is investment if families lose the places where community is built? We refuse to measure progress only in rands and concrete. True progress is measured in dignity, in safety, in opportunity, in shared public spaces where people can live, not just survive. Cities like Copenhagen have shown that when leaders put people first, prosperity follows. But when profit comes first, communities pay the price. We must choose wisely. We choose parks and dams over parking lots and university. We choose families over developers. We choose long-term community over short-term gain. Because government exists for the people, not the other way around. It is time to put people before profit. Therefore, no development at the dam. With all this said, I take it to recommendation on page 969 that the proposed development of a portion of remainder of 464 George, situated south of the Garden Road Dam, be abandoned and the status quo be maintained. I so propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Gertze. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning to the community in large. Speaker, to start with this item, let us stop pretending. What is happening here today is a failure of leadership by the DANF Vryheidsfront Plus coalition. Your enlightening has brought this council to a standstill, and once again, it is our residents who are left behind. The PBI demands that the original agenda be reinstated fully and without delay. This is not just about land. This is about the future of our town. You had an opportunity to bring a university closer to our people, to open doors for our youth, and to ease the financial burden on families who are forced to send their children far from home just to access education. But instead of leadership, we see hesitation. Instead of vision, we see division. And while you argue, our children fall behind. So let me be direct to you. If you are not willing to build a university, then so say openly. Do not hide behind process delays and political games. Because the PBI will not accept inaction. If education is not your priority, then we demand that this land be used for real youth development, a racetrack and supporting facilities where young people can channel their energy, build talent, and stay off the streets. We refuse to let this become another empty promise. You cannot block development. You cannot ignore our youth. And you cannot expect the public to stay silent while you fail them. This is your choice. The PBI has chosen its side today, and I thank you. PBI.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kit. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
No.
Continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Good Caucus cannot support the recommendation to abandon this development. Our position is consistent that well-located land must be used to advance the public interest, support inclusion, and respond to the growth of George. Speaker, if you look at the agenda, even the municipal manager and the administration notes that the revised approach presents a more viable and coherent option, and that is the direction we should be taking. Speaker, abandoning development on a site of this nature is not forward planning. It is a missed opportunity. We are not calling for reckless development. We are calling for responsible, well-planned development that is environmentally sound and aligned with our spatial objectives. Significant time and resources have already been invested. The focus now should be on improving the concept, and not walking away from it. Speaker, the question is not whether to abandon, it is whether we are prepared to develop better. We cannot allow decisions like this to entrench a status quo that continues to favor the few over the many. Speaker, then in conclusion, the Good Party supports a revised, responsible development approach. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last to speak on the item is Councillor Fichland. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal.
Thank you very much, councillors. We therefore continue with the next item, which is 8.2, reports Mayoral Committee meeting held on the 12th of March, 2026. And the item is 8.2.1, rectification of ARF reference in a council resolution taken on an application to purchase portions of the remainder Erwin 3169 and 464 George, situated at the corner of Sea Langenhoven Road next and Witfontein Road. The first to speak on this item is Councillor Nias. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The Council previously approved the disposal of a portion of land described as Earth 80 George to an adjacent owner for parking purpose to support business expansion. It was on 29 June 2023 and 15 November 2023. Subsequently, verification revealed that a land portion was incorrect described and the correct Earth is 464 George. To rectify the error, the owner applicant originally allocate Earth 80 signed an abandonment consent waiver and indemnity form, thereby indemnifying the municipality and confirming the correction. The disposal remains consistent with Council's original intent. Accurate Earth description ensures legal compliance and prevents future title deed complications. With all this said, I take you to page 1064. Resolved to recommend to Council that all the references made to Earth 80 George in the attached Council resolution date 29 June 2023 and 30 November 2023 be rectified to read as the portion of remainder of Earth 464 George, that the advertising process be redone with the correct Earth number and be re-advertised for public comment and representations, that all previous comments received on which a resolution has already been taken on 15 November 2023 be noted. I thank you so and I propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The last to speak on this item is Councillor Gultig. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. That this matter goes to accountability and clean governance. As Councillor Niao stated, by correcting this record and restarting public participation, we show residents that this council addresses mistakes openly and responsibly. That is the standard residents expect. I therefore second the recommendation of Councillor Niaus. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. We'll move on to item 9.1, which is the minutes of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee Impact for Information. These are for noting. Item 9.1, minutes of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee Impact meeting held on the 18th of November 2025. Can we have that noted, please?
Noted.
Thank you very much. Item 9.2, minutes of a special Municipal Public Accounts Committee Impact meeting held on the 22nd of January. Could we have that noted, please?
Noted.
Thank you very much. We therefore move on to item 10, reports of Municipal Public Accounts Committee Impact meetings on the 23rd of February, oversight process on the draft annual report 2024-25. And the first person to speak on this item is Councillor Neetling. You have 3 minutes, please.
Proposed as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Lento. You have 1 minute, please.
Speaker,
I can hear you. You can continue.
Councillor said we can't propose nothing, but you fail us, the community of the people of George. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinhans. You have 1 minute, please.
Speaker, yes. Die item is maar net 'n copy and paste item. Ons sal later verdere response op dit, maar vir nou gaan ons pas.
Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. The councillor is saying that the item is basically a copy and paste exercise and that they would respond at a later stage on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Carolus. You have 1 minute 30.
Ja, good morning, Speaker. Ongelukkig kan ons dit nie so los nie. Die PBI take note of this item. Weer Speaker, hierdie proses is 'n baie lang proses met baie fynskrif. We must start by highlighting or focus on our basic services. Our communities are still struggling with basic things like water, electricity, and other small problems. Old municipal houses, here we're talking about maintenance. Ons praat ook van groot agterstand by behuisingsprojekte. Ons praat ook van squatter camps. Ons praat van emergency housing. Lots of questions, Speaker. We as council cannot escape the above. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is, sorry, excuse me, Councillor Kotana. You have 1 minute, please. Councillor Kotana, you can continue. Councillor Katana. Please start the clock.
Speaker, I will second the recommendation made.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. We'll continue therefore. We'll move on then to item 11, which is the reports to council. Item 11.1, draft fourth review of the fifth generation integrated development plan. I'm going to ask the mayor to table the item, please, if you may.
Honourable Speaker, Executive Deputy Mayor, Chief Whip, Alderman, Councillors, Acting Municipal Manager, Senior Managers, Stakeholders, and the residents of George. It is with a strong sense of responsibility and commitment that I present the draft fifth generation review of the Integrated Development Plan, or the IDP, for the 2026-2027 financial year. This draft review reflects Council's continued dedication to integrated planning, sustainable development, and responsive governance as we work collectively to address the evolving needs of our growing and dynamic community. George Municipality has continued to make social and economic progress in the provision of basic services and sound financial management. These achievements demonstrate our commitment to responsible governance and long-term developmental planning. At the same time, we recognize that increasing population growth, rising service delivery demands, economic pressure, and environmental challenges require the municipality to ensure responsiveness, accountability, and transparent governance that meets the needs of all residents. The Integrated Development Plan remains the municipality's primary strategic planning instrument, guiding development, prioritizing, and aligning municipal programs with national and provincial policy frameworks, while responding to the unique needs of our local communities. Council's strategic focus remains directed at stimulating local economic growth, maintaining and expanding critical infrastructure, promoting environmental sustainability, improving communities' safety, and enhancing access to affordable and quality municipal services. These priorities are essential to creating an enabling environment that supports investment, job creation, and improve quality of life for all residents of George. This document table today presents the final review of the concluding year of the current integrated development plan cycle in accordance with the principles of participating governments in the legislative requirement. The municipality will embark on a comprehensive public participation process during April 2026. This will provide residents, businesses, community organizations, and other stakeholders with the opportunity to engage meaningfully with the draft IDP, submit inputs, and influence the municipality's final development agenda. Following this consultation process, all comments and representations will be carefully considered and incorporated where appropriate before the final review IDP is tabled before Council for approval. The draft IDP further reinforced the municipality's commitment to good governance, accountability, ethical leadership, and a financial sustainability. It provides a coordinated framework for planning, budgeting, implementation, and performance monitoring, ensuring that developmental objectives are translated into measurable outcomes across all wards. On behalf of our council, I wish to express appreciation to municipal officials and stakeholders who contributed to the preparation of this draft review. We also call on all residents of George to actively participate in the upcoming public engagement sessions, as their inputs are vital in shaping a municipality that is inclusive, resilient, and future-focused. Together, through collaboration and shared responsibility, we can continue building a safe, clean, green, and an opportunity-driven George where all people can live, work, and thrive. I hereby table the draft fifth generation review of the Integrated Development Plan for the 2026-2027 financial year for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The first to speak on this item, therefore, will be Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Mayor. There is, after the Mayor's speech and what he tabled this morning, there is not much that I can say, but to say that this is required annually to review the Integrated Development Plan to ensure that it remains responsive, relevant, and aligned to both our performances and changing circumstances. Thus, hereby wish to present the recommendations on page 1671 for Council's approval. Thank you very much, Mayor, and everybody else involved in this preparation of this document. It's very comprehensive, and we appreciate the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Ntontini. You have 2 minutes, please.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. You may continue.
Okay. Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, the ANC is deeply unhappy with the IDP and the Special Development Framework Review. Every word submitted for the IDP, not one has been delivered. In Timberlake, several words requested community halls and recreational centers, and those projects were approved in the 2024 and 2025 financial year, yet nothing has been built. How to explain to residents that their priorities were adopted, budgeted, and ignored? This is not a planning failure, it's a failure to implement. Why approved projects were not executed? And when is Timberlake Community Hall and other priorities will actually be built? If IDP inputs keep disappearing, public participation becomes meaningless, and our communities are paying the price. We know this is to tick the box for the compliance only. Speaker, siyayazi Speaker, siyazibiza i-public meetings, abantu bafake zonke izinto zabo. Xa kufuneka zenziwe ezi zinto, kwenziwa ibenye. For 4 years, siqale ngo-2022 up. Akho nenye into yenziweyo. Nanamhlanje kuthiwa sizoya public participation. Kodwa abo bantu bazohambela ilize. Nizothi makuyojongwa izinto ezenziweyo. Kodwa xa kufika akho nenye. So iyafana sihlakulela ikhula abantu abazayo emva kwethu. So thina sezi-councillors ka-2022 sibonakala njenge-failure because akho nenye into implementiweyo yethu. Enkosi, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we have a translation, please?
Good morning, Speaker. I'll start where he started speaking, Tosa. Speaker, as the ANC, we are very happy with the IDP. We know that you will call. We know that you call public meetings, but only one item is ever implemented. This item has been coming since 2022, but up to now, nothing has happened. You constantly talk of public participation and people come and they give their views, but nothing is ever done. We as the current councillors feel that it's like we are not delivering to residents because nothing ever happens. Thank you.
I just want to correct you, ma'am. It was unhappy, not happy. Thank you very much. So noted. We'll continue We'll continue with the next person to speak on the speaker list. Councillor Kleinans, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Yes, Speaker, dit was eintlik vanoggend vir my 'n hartseer dag om te hoor hoe goed die Meyer die wetgewing ken en hoe goed die Meyer praat van die local government van die Western Cape en Provincial Treasury en National Treasury. Die Meyer dink hy's op Facebook of op TikTok waar hy praat. Maar die volgende vriende inwoners van George, Speaker, raadslede van die George Municipaliteit, Meyer kom grond toe. Die inwoners van George het hande geklap toe Bowen Johnson burgemeester word. Min het hulle geweet, hulle gaan in die steek gelaat word deur een van hulle eie. Los die kameras, Meyer, los social media en kom grond toe. Kom sien wat werklik in die gemeenskappe aangaan. Die Integrated Development Plan, Meyer, is jou guideline om jou te wys wat sê jou inwoners, nie wat sê die DA nie. Volgens wetgewing en die Municipal Systems Act is dit nie 'n keuse nie, Meyer, om na die mense te luister nie. Dis 'n verpligting. Meyer, jy spandeer jou tyd om aan liefstories te gaan luister in Uniondale en jy vat video's van mense, maar die uitvoerende burgemeester ken nie eers die deernisbeleid om vir mense te verduidelik nie. Wat 'n grap. Volgens die wet moet die IDP die werklike behoeftes van die gemeenskap reflekteer, wat die IDP wel doen, maar dit word geïgnoreer deur 'n administrasie, 'n politieke administrasie. Bless the soul of ons het baie goeie administrators, maar ons het 'n slegte executive system wat ons so mense in die steek laat. Die IDP van George is net 'n mooi papier, is net 'n Kersmisdokument, want ons mense se pleit word geïgnoreer. Dit is nie net swak bestuur nie, maar die vertroue van ons gemeenskappe word gebreek hiermee. George Meyer kom grond toe. In Wijk 20 Thomasstraat, kla die mense al hoe lank al van die busroute wat deur Broesstraat gaan, wat deur de Beerstraat, de Villiers en Garcia straat gaan. Meyer het hulle versak. In Wijk 8 kla hulle oor circular drive, wat nie die sypaadjies nie gedoen kan word nie. Wijk 16 en 27 se paaie burgemeester is halfpad gelos. Jy die IDP praat hiervan, maar Meyer jy dit nog nie adres nie en jou draft budget gaan net nie eens hou praat nie. In Wijk 25 Meyer, jy gaan skraap 'n veld, né, om polities vir vlakkie krieket te wys, jy gee om, maar jy vergeet die paaie in Wijk 25, die mense moet soek aan die pad binne in die gat. In Timberlake lê ons paaie in skerwe. Gaan moenie praat van die George routes nie. Gaan kyk aan die agterkant van Temba. Gaan kyk in Kapel en Durban, Ramaphosa. Ons wyke is in hulle glorie. In blanke stroom riool in die mense se huise in, maar die sit met 'n MMC wat nie die IDP kyk wat sy mense sê nie. In Wijk 14 hulle ons mense in die plantkerskampe. Hulle is vergeet, maar die IDP sê dit, maar die stoot nie geld soontoe nie. Die IDP word nie ernstig opgeneem nie. Ons mense se behoeftes, burgemeester, word nie deur jou aangespreek wat in die IDP staan nie. Jou IDP is die TikTok en Facebook. Ek wil vir die laaste gaan om te sê is, die mense sal besluit in 2006, the Patriotic Alliance will take over George Municipality, want ons is op die grond, ons luister wat die mense vir ons sê, want ons bysa nie. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Foster. You have 1 minute, please.
Dankie Speaker. Die Meyer in sy voorwoord net soos in die MM se voorwoord sê die volgende. It is with a strong sense in responsibility and a commitment that I present the review of the IDP. As good raadslid is ek vandag jammer dat ek nie my sentimente oor die verantwoordelikheid as raadslid teenoor die gemeenskap van George kan deel nie. Die dokument is gistermiddag aan ons verskaf en bestaan uit 532 bladsye. Ek kan geensins aan die gemeenskap van George die geruststelling gee dat die dokument in belang van die breë George gemeenskap praat nie. Alle operasionele en finansiële prosesse begin by die IDP. Die IDP is die primêre dokument waar die dienslewering verwagtinge van die gemeenskap in 'n strategiese plan vervat word na die vele publieke deelname prosesse tussen die raad en die gemeenskap. Ek is van mening dat ons as raadslede ons gemeenskap val deurdat die dokument as net nog 'n dokument te hanteer. Vanaf bladsy 251 kan ek praat, Speaker?
Your tijd is up. Your time is up, Councillor. Thank you. Could we have a translation, please?
Speaker, the councillor is saying that the mayor's forward in the IDP states that it is with a strong sense of responsibility that he tables the IDP, but as a good councillor, the councillor is saying that the IDP document, which is a big, large document, was only delivered yesterday, so they could not really interrogate it properly. And the IDP as a document is an important communication document with the community, and they are of the view that the communication or interaction with the community has not been done properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Kampi. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, as you open your mouth and say in your speech of the IDP, one will truly say it is indeed a good IDP that gives hope to the hopeless, that gives life to those who are indeed about to hang themselves because of having no hope for the future. But unfortunately, I must say you are riding with the wrong movement for this IDP to be implemented correctly. One would say if our prayers were truly heard in these councils, and if God was truly alive, truly, not fakely, according to the opposition who've been praying for past 4 years, one will have to give you a red beret for the implementation side for this IDP to be truly evidence that our people really, this governance do care about. Therefore, I will have to say, Mayor, as much as it's been drafted so beautifully, but under the organization you're riding on, it shall not be
Thank you,
as
Councillor.
good as in paper. Therefore, you need to move.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Your time is depleted. We're going to continue to the next speaker, please. That is Alderman Cronier. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the Mayor on a very comprehensive document. Obviously, that is the job of the opposition to criticize and to find faults in this document. But that is the part of politics. At the end of the day, look at the scoreboard. That is what counts. So I want to second the recommendations as on page 1672. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're going to move on to the next item, and I'm going to ask.
Speaker, why was my speech not translated?
I humbly apologize. Unfortunately, I didn't even notice that it was in Afrikaans. I'm sorry. Could we please just have the translation for that? I thought it was. Mr. Ganza.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to give the translation. The councillor said that it is a sad day that he noted that the mayor was able to quote the legislation and also the Western Cape provincial treasuries, and but he's having a problem with the fact that the mayor can people have clear pointed, but the mayor is more on Facebook, and the problem that he is failing the people because he's not going to the ground and listening to what they are saying. He further goes on and says that the IDP has been neglected in terms of implementation by the officials, and that is what the problem is with the document. And then also the councillor related to certain areas of complaint that in certain wards. He says that Ward 8, there was a problem with the paving there, that it is not properly completed. Then he also went to Ward 16 and said there's also roads that were halfway done. And at Ward 25, he also said that the mayor went and scraped the field for flaky cricket, but there are other urgent service delivery needs that needed to be addressed, and they were not addressed. Then also in Timberlake, he really raised his concern with the state of the roads, whether they be the roads of the Go George also, because he said that they are all in a very, very, very bad state. So the executive that he was pleading with is to go onto the ground and try to listen to what the people need to do and fund the IDP. With respect to Blanco, he also said that there was sewage that was going into some of the people's houses there, and that needs to be addressed by the municipality. And he was saying that the mayor should stop focusing on the TikTok and Facebook in terms of the IDP, but rather respond to the people. We could then go to the ground and listen to what the people are saying. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I apologize once again. Unfortunately, being totally bilingual, sometimes you don't realize that it is actually in a different language. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue then. The next item is item 11.2, and I'm going to ask the executive mayor to carry in or to table the multi-year draft budget for 2026-27 to 28-29. Mayor, you may continue.
Honourable Speaker, today I have the distinct privilege of presenting a draft budget that builds on the difference we are already making. Last year, we tabled a budget of difference. This year, we deepen that commitment, not only to extend that difference, but to ensure that it is felt more clearly, more fairly, and more widely across our municipality. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget of responsiveness. It is a budget shaped by listening to the lived realities of our residents, and more importantly, acting on what we have heard. Because leadership requires action, not noise. And this budget demonstrates how we lead to make a difference. At a time when households across our country are under pressure from the rising cost of living, when electricity prices, interest rates, and unemployment continues to weigh heavily on families, we are confronted with a simple but difficult question. How do we remain financially sustainable while protecting our residents from further hardship? Our answer is clear. We act responsibly and we lead decisively. Residents of George, today I will table a draft budget worth nearly 5 billion in consistence of a capital budget of 791,151,494 rand and an operating budget of over 4 billion rand. This is a draft budget shaped by the voices of our residents and one that shows that we have listened. We begin with the tariff increases for 2026-2027 financial year. The average tariff increase are set at 3.7% in line with CPI. This applies to property rates, water, sanitation, refuse, and other municipal services. This is not by accident. It is a deliberate choice. A choice to protect our residents, a choice to avoid overburdened middle-income households, a choice to lead responsibly. In real terms, this means that we are protecting our households from increase above inflation. Under electricity, Mr. Speaker, electricity remains one of the most pressing concerns for our residents. We've all seen our residents actively engage with us regarding the proposed increase from NERSA. I raised these concerns in council. I wrote to NERSA. We took this matter to the public through participation processes. Following that extensive public engagement and after formally raising the concerns of our residents with NERSA, we were confronted with a 9.01% increase in Eskom bulk tariff. Many municipalities have simply passed this increase directly onto their residents. We have chosen a different path. Through carefully planning and responsible decision making, we will implement a 7.88% increase on electricity across the board. This means that the municipality is absorbing a portion of this increase. We are not shifting the full burden onto our residents. We are sharing that burden. That is what responsible governance looks like. That is what leadership in action looks like. Assistance to the vulnerable residents. Mr. Speaker, supporting our most vulnerable residents is not optional. It is fundamental. It is a responsibility we simply must fulfill. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, residents, we are introducing one of the most progressive indigent support framework we have implemented to date. We are building on the groundbreaking steps we took years, and we, after further extension, our reach to even more households. We are expanding our support to residents as follows. Level 1 support up to 4 times the SASSA grant. That's between R0 and 9,680 Rand. Level 2 support up to 6 times the SASSA grant. That's from 9,681 Rand to 14,520 Rand. This expansion brings many working poor households into the support net for the first time. Level 1 households will receive free basic services. Level 2 households will receive a 50% subsidy. Inwoners, ek wil dit duidelik stel. Vlak 1 deernisondersteuning geld nou vir huishoudings wat tussen R0 en R9,680 verdien. Vlak 2 deernisondersteuning geld vir huishoudings wat tussen R9,681 en R14,520 verdien. Leierskap vereis aksies, nie geraas nie. So maak ons 'n verskil. We are also further increasing our free basic electricity provided to indigent households. We are also further increasing free basic electricity for these households. I would like to share a moment for a public meeting that I held in Convent Gardens. A resident, Meneer Gous, asked a simple but important question. Kan die munisipaliteit nie meer krag vir ons deernisinwoners voorsien nie? We listened. We went back to the drawing board. We engaged. And today, I can confirm it is possible. So yes, Councillor Tondini, we do listen. We are increasing the free basic electricity from 70 kilowatt an hour to 80 kilowatt an hour per month. That is an addition of 10 kilowatt an hour per month for qualifying households. This is not symbolic. It is a practical relief. It is a responsiveness translated into action. Our support to the low to medium income and pensioners household. Mr. Speaker, we are also strengthening our support for low middle income households and pensioners in the following ways. Property rates rebates increased to 40%. That's up by 10% for households earning less than 198,000 Rand per annum. Property rate rebates increased to 20%, up by 10% for households earning 198,000 to 270,800 Rand per annum. For pensioners, a 40% rebate, that's up from 35%, applies to those earning up to 429,000 per annum. This applies to the first 2,475,000 Rand of the property value, applicable to residents over the age of 65 for their primary residence. Now, this will ensure that our pensioners are not priced out of their homes. This will ultimately ensure that our pensioners are not priced out
out of their homes. Apologies for that, Speaker. The infrastructure development and investment, Mr. Speaker, while it is important to provide relief, we must also continue to invest in the future. This budget continues to prioritize infrastructure for all wards across the municipal area. I would like to speak to some of these investments. Under civil engineering services, over 6 million rand for stormwater upgrades in Haarlem, nearly 9 million for stormwater upgrades for Timberlake. Nou, raadslid Kleinhans, luister toch nou mooi. 10 million for the upgrades of streets in Uniondale, including Hospital Street, Victoria Street, Aberdeen Street, and Gardner Street. 3.6 million for the upgrade of the Nelson Mandela Boulevard in Timberlake. Over 14 million for the upgrade on Pakkelsdorp Pump Station 3. 3 million for the upgrade of Uniondale Sewer Network. 14 million for the phase 2 upgrade of the Huang wastewater treatment works. This is a vital upgrade and will assist with the social housing at the old Crocodile farm. 8 million for the upgrade of the Pakkelsdorp waterworks in Andersonville. Over 1.5 million for the upgrade of water reticulation work in Rosemore. 8 million for groundwater explorations. 2 million for the Malgaskraal Dam. 14 million for the development and equipping of alternative water sources. Hierdie is nie 'n AI gegenereerde begroting nie, Mr. Speaker. Hierdie is die realiteit van items. Dit is die realiteit van waar ons geluister het by publieke deelname, is items uit die IDP. So, ek sê, kom pad toe. Above and beyond some of these infrastructure projects that we are undertaking, we are also investing under the community safety and mobility, 4 million for a medium pumper fire truck. 32 million for the replacement of sprinter buses, 2.5 million for CCTV optical fiber, 5.5 million for the fiber link to the N2. And Mr. Speaker, let me make this real. Just yesterday, many residents saw a video circulating of a cable thief stealing from the back of a municipal vehicle. Because of our investment in CCTV and law enforcement, that individual has already been identified, tracked, and arrested. This is exactly why we invest in technology and enforcement. Because when we say we are improving safety, it must translate into visible consequences for crime. And the community services, 5 million for cemeteries in George, 4.5 million for the extension of the new cemetery in the Uniondale area, and 5 million for the building of a composting plant. 3.5 million for compactor trucks. Now, Mr. Speaker, dignity in our communities is not an abstract. It is practical. That is why we have allocated 20 million in this budget for the rollout of wheelie bins. This rollout will extend to formal areas, informal areas, the greenbelt areas, and areas affected by baboon activities. Because every resident deserves to live in a clean and dignified space. Under corporate services, 575,000 rand for the Rosedale Community Center and area office. 120,000 rand for the upgrade of the Pakkelsdorp Community Hall, 900,000 rand for the upgrade of the Tousranton Community Hall. Under electrotechnical services, 2.5 million for high mast lights, 5 million for the upgrade of the Temsui substation, 3 million for the upgrades of street lights. Mr. Speaker, this budget put our departments to work, and we will hold them accountable for delivering on what has been set out here today. It is critically important that this is not just a budget on paper, but one that is truly felt by our residents in their daily lives. This requires us to continuously assess how we implement our programs and whether our methods of implementation are effectively serving our communities in the best possible way. Mr. Speaker, with the announcement I have made, it is important to emphasize that while we are providing relief and driving meaningful difference, this must be supported by ongoing reflection and improvements. We must be willing to return to the drawing board where necessary, to review our bylaws and ensure that our implementation are accurate, efficient, and fully aligned with the needs of our residents. Our residents must not only be informed about the difference we are making and the changes we are bringing, they must experience it and benefit from it in real and tangible ways. Furthermore, our capital program is disciplined. It is prioritized, it's funded responsibly, and is structured to avoid placing unnecessary pressure on tariffs, because today's relief must not become tomorrow's crisis. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that reflects a government that listens, a government that responds, a government that acts. We now call on our residents to participate in shaping its future. The public participation process will commence shortly. And yes, the public participation processes will be in community walls as I've required, and we've seen it working. So thank you for those community members who came out, and you can see the tangible difference coming through this budget from your public participations and input. So therefore, we encourage you all to make your voices heard. Tell us where we can go further. Tell us where we can do better, because responsiveness is not a once-off exercise. It is a continuous commitment. Mr. Speaker, as we table this draft budget, we do so with a clear understanding of this responsibility entrusted to us. This is not just a financial document, it is a commitment. It is a commitment to protect our residents where we can, to invest where we must, and to lead with purpose at all times. We have made deliberate choices in this budget, choices that place our residents first, choices that reflect the realities people are facing every day, and choices that ensure that while we provide relief today, we are also building a municipality that can sustain and grow into the future. This budget reflects a government that does not stand still in the face of challenges, but one that responds, adapts, and acts, because ultimately our responsibility is not only to manage resources, but to improve lives. Every rand in this budget is a choice, and we have chosen our residents. Leadership requires action, not noise. And this is how we lead to make a difference. And I do thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We'll move on to the item. The first to speak on this item, therefore, is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Councillors. I rise to support the address of the Executive Mayor this morning and to emphasize the balanced and responsible approach reflected in this draft budget. This is a budget that clearly puts people first, our people, all of our residents and everybody living and residing in the George area and the greater George area. With tariff increases kept at inflation-linked levels, deliberate protection against rising electricity costs, and a meaningful expansion of indigent and pensioner support. Mayor, this is great. I cannot wait for this to be implemented on the 1st of July. At the same time, it remains financially credible and sustainable, ensuring that infrastructure investment continues without placing undue pressure on residents. Honourable Speaker, this budget reflects care, discipline, and responsible governance, and it deserves the support of this council. I thus want to ask council to adopt the recommendations as on page 32 of this item before council. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, okokuqala Speaker andixolanga kwi-item engu-8.13 indlela othethe ngayo kulaa item, but into endivelayo Speaker ukuthi i-public imamele sonke siphaa ku-YouTube mababone indlela i-opposition party ezithethwa ngayo i-ruling party ADA. Okokuqala umeya ubhreka ngezinto ezingenzekiyo kule draft budget eqala ngo-2026 to 2027 iyophumela ngo-2029. Akukho nenye into ebhenefithise abantu bethu. Ubuyajonga uTelson Mandela Boulevard. I-Nelson Mandela Boulevard kwakwenzeka i-corruption iphinda okwesibini ukwenziwa i-Nelson Mandela Boulevard. Kumba we-CCTV TV cameras sajust sichaza kwelunga sisithi iikamera ziblurry ethemba lethu every second week kudutyulwa umntu but not a single person oye wabanjwa because of i-service abasinika yona. Kwindlela eyenziwa ngayo i-area like kuma-Borgers kunezindlu ze-RDP ezidlakadlaka ezitshile ezinye zazo zonke ii-areas zabantu aba-disadvantaged. Ayikho nenye into eyenziwayo but ikhona kwi-budget, but in terms of implementation akho nto implementwayo. Le nto iphela emilebeni yethu sesithi slips. So akho nto yenziwayo. Singumbutho wesizwe ke siyaziqwalaselela zinto zonke, even imihlaba nezireservoir zakhiwa eTimberlake zakhiwa only kunyaka, but izinto ezibhajethwayo azenziwa. Kwi-graveyard kunendlela engena kwa-21 ebheka e-graveyard. Laa ndlela kudala sayikhalazelayo. U-rural development wayifake imali wathi umasipala waseJozi makatopake. Loo nto ayideske yenziwe. Every weekend experience indlela esihamba ngayo ubheka e-graveyard. Zizinto ezithi baziqwalasele. Amangcwaba, there's no space anymore for
Councillor, your time is up, unfortunately. You've gone over your time slightly. Could we have a translation, please?
Speaker, thank you. Firstly, I must say that I'm not happy with the way that I was handled on item 8.1.3. But I'm happy that the public is watching on YouTube and they can see how the opposition parties are being handled at this municipality. This draft budget says nothing about how our people are going to benefit. Yes, I hear about Nelson Mandela Boulevard, but as you know, a lot of processes have been done incorrectly in that road. First of all, the CCTV cameras are there, but they are constantly blurry. Murders occur in our area, but no arrests are made. If you look at the Borges area, there are houses that are not fit for human beings to live in. But for some reason, all of these are approved on the budget. We note all these things that are being budgeted for, but nothing is being implemented or done. Our roads to the graveyard in Timberlake, how long have we been complaining about them? We are aware that rural development approved funding for those roads, but up to this stage, nothing has been done with regards to those roads. Furthermore, there is no more space at the graveyard or at the cemeteries, and again, nothing is being done about this thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinans. You have 4 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, eerstens wil ek begin deur te sê die burgemeester moet onderskei wil hy 'n burgemeester wees of wil hy 'n DA chair lady wees. Ek wil verder gaan deur die volgende te sê. Burgemeester Jeffers praat van 'n 7.something% verhoog op electrical tariff. Maar gerieflikheidsonderhoud het vandag die cost of supply electrical document teruggetrek omdat hulle verskans die verhoging op die beskikbaarheidsfooie wat hierdie 7.8 gaan nullify en dit maar net weer hoor maak. So ons is nie so dom nie en die inwoners van George gaan julle fyn dobbel om te sien wat in hierdie dokument gebeur. Burgemeester, die paaie in Uniondale op jou begroting is gerieflikheidsarm daarby almal in die dorp. Jy vergeet van Danielslaan wat in sy glory is. Jy vergeet van Kleinplaas slot wat tot niet is in die nuwe behuisingsarea. Burgemeester, u vergeet gerieflikheidsonderhoude van 'n pad by die PA-kamp in Uniondale wat weggespoel is as gevolg van swak beplanning. So moenie politiek speel met Uniondale en dan verstaan jy niks wat daar aangaan nie. Verder, burgemeester, die jeugsentrum in Uniondale het nie eers sommige daar internet nie. So swak word Uniondale bestuur. Ek kla al lankal vir die aanstelling van die career guidance officer in Uniondale. Daar's 2 poste bly by begroot, maar dit word nie uitgevoer nie. So asseblief los maar die breek oor Uniondale, want hulle gaan jou hart slaan die 29ste April. Burgemeester, ons het vandag verwag dat jy gaan sê die grant en uitpolicy van die raad kom weer terug, want wanneer Evergreens geld vra my, is daar niks om hulle te help nie. Wanneer Marekam geld vra Crusaders, is daar niks om te help nie. Wanneer studente wat perform geld vra my, is daar niks nie, want die grant en uitpolicy weet jou MEC van Social Development weet nie eers die dokument behoort by sy departement nie. Ons het meer aksie van jou verwag. Ons verwag 'n nuwe breed, maar dis meer dieselfde stories. Burgemeester, ons het verwag dat jy vandag gaan sê Die Wheeliebins is meneer Davia Dwene se idee gewees. Moenie maak of dit 'n nuwe idee is van die DA geleide koalisie nie, want dit is nie waar nie. Ons wil vir jou vandag sê, wees autentiek. Create goed vir jouself sodat jy kan sê as burgemeester, die laaste burgemeester van die DA in George. Ek wil dit herhaal. Die laaste burgemeester van die DA in George het ek dit gedoen. Want u gaan die laaste burgemeester van die DA wees, want November maand, wanneer die verkiesing ook al gaan wees, sal die inwoners van George terugneem. Burgemeester, ek het vandag verwag dat u gaan sê in wijk 4, Wildernis Oos, 8ste laan en 5de laan, hier hoe ek hierdie paaie gaan regmaak. Nee, burgemeester, u het nie dit gesê nie, want u weet nie wat op die grond aangaan nie. Al wat ons as oppositie verwag van 'n burgemeester, is om te sê, ek vat leiding en ek luister. Maar u lei nie, burgemeester, u is meer daarop uitgestel om ons aan te val en te sê, julle praat 'n klomp nonsens. As u meer gaan luister wat ons sê, dan gaan u 'n baie goeie burgemeester word. Ek wil vir u vra vandag, burgemeester, Speaker, hierdie George Municipaliteit niet nou leierskap om te wys, ons praat nie net nie, maar ons stuur die geld waar die mense se behoeftes kan aanspreek. Die groot probleem ook aan die budget is, daar staan by jeugontwikkeling. Hoeveel geld is vir jeugontwikkeling begroot? Kan ons dit uitwys? In die vorige boekjaar het ek 'n skamele R70.000 vir projekte gesien. Dis die grootste grap. As ons dan kyk na die allocasie van wijkraadslede, die City of Cape raadslede, Meyer Speaker, R1 miljoen. Hier by George Municipaliteit moet ons so wat oor R50.000, wat daar nog guidelines of so, oor wat hulle sê dit moet gebeur. Dis 'n grap. Ek wil vandag vra as... Thank you, Speaker.
Mayor, your hand is up. I've asked you to put it in the chat box. I'm going to ask for a translation in the meantime.
Thank you, Speaker. The councillor is addressing the following to the mayor, that he says the mayor needs to be deciding whether he wants to be a mayor for the municipality of George or a cheerleader for the DA. He goes further to say that the withdrawal of the item relating to the cost of electricity is a smart move, because it would have actually been different from what he was saying as the mayor. Then he also says that, but the George residents are looking at the whole process with a fine eye and will hold the municipality accountable for that. Then he also says that in Daniels Lane, the roads are bad that side, as well as Klein Plus East. So he says the mayor should not be playing politics with the people of Uniondale and Harlem, because at that place, everything is not kosher. The youth centrum, which is there, the youth center, it doesn't always have internet. He also then says that please do not brag about the achievements that you're doing there at that site, because the situation on the ground is not the exact truth. Then he's also said that he actually thought the mayor would have brought back the grant in aid policy to address and help people, because it is not done. And currently there is that gap where other people like your evergreens are given help, but not everybody is given help. Then he also mentions that the Willibin project was actually not an idea from the DA, but an idea from the erstwhile Director of Community Services, which is Mr. Davia Donis. So the mayor should not be bragging about that one also. He is then saying that as the last mayor of the DA, the mayor should be looking at developing projects for himself and not just for following on with the ones that were dealt with or proposed by other people. In Ward 4, 8th Lane, he also says that those roads are terribly bad and need to be fixed. He is then urging the mayor to lead, because the better way of George is for it to have a leadership that is better. To also that he then deplores the amounts that were put aside for youth development, because he says that in the last budget, there was only 70,000 rands that was put up there. And also the amounts that are allocated for ward councillors. He compares us with the city of Cape Town and says the city of Cape Town gives the councillors R1 million in which to help with their wards. But with the George Municipality, we are giving the councillors a 50,000 rands and putting a lot of criteria also towards that 50,000 rands. Thank you, ma'am, Speaker, for the presentation, for the translation.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Carolus. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon to everybody. Speaker, the PBI take note of this item, but unfortunately, we cannot support this budget. Speaker, soos nog altyd, praat die budget nie met onze IDP nie. Speaker, die PBI wil weer die volgende goed highlight vir ons mense in George wat critical services is. Electricity, water, RDP housing en property rights. Speaker, as ons praat van elektrisiteit, sukkel ons mense nog steeds met hoë kostes aan units en dan vra die PBI uitdruklik dat die verbruikersfooi of die beskikbaarheidsfooi moet val. Speaker, as ons praat van water, critical, die PBI vra dat daar indringend gekyk moet word na ons infrastruktuur. Speaker, as dit kom by die RDP housing, is dit critical, want ons het 'n baie groot backlog. Property rights, hier praat ons spesifiek vir die middelklas. Daar moet 'n policy gedesign word vir 'n glyskaal as dit kom by heffings op property rights. Speaker, dan, die Mayor het gebrek oor sustainable development. In George breek die DA dat hulle die grootste werkverskaffers is, maar die waarheid is egter dat kontrakteurs en donateurs met die voordele wegloop. Dan laastens, Mayor, onthou ons as die PBI en die George inwoners gaan jou aanspreeklik hou vir die goeie dinge waaroor jy vandag so gebrek het. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the councillor is saying that yes, the party does not support the budget because it does not actually relate or talk to the IDP. He highlights in terms of electricity, the high costs of the units, as well as the accessibility rate that he thinks should be omitted or done away with because it is unfair. Then he goes with respect to water, he says there's a lack of infrastructure development there. Then with the RDP housing, he says that the backlog is huge and needs to be addressed. With respect to the property rates, he also says that for the middle class the residents, there needs to be a sliding scale policy so that it can benefit them. He further then says that the mayor bragged about sustainable development, but the only people that are actually walking away with the money are the developers and the donors. So he says that the party will hold the mayor accountable for all of these statements of today.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Lowe. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we stand here today to address a critical issue affecting our community. The DA coalition push for privatization threatens to burden our underprivileged communities with unaffordable service increases. We've allocated 797.1 million for capital projects, with significant portions to go to the civil engineering, electrotechnical and community safety. Yet our water infrastructure crumbles, streetlights fail, and pump stations malfunction. We urge the administration to act swiftly, fix broken pipes inspect daily, and ensure our money is spent wisely. Now, according to the proposed budget, it says 11.32 for increase for electricity, 6% for water, 6% for refuge are unaffordable for our taxpayers. We say no to these hikes. Let's prioritize and our community needs, fix our infrastructure, spend allocated funds, and serve our people. We cannot send money back year after year. It's time for change. Lastly, Speaker, indigenous families refers to families or individuals with no income, often struggle to afford basic necessities like food, water, electricity, and housing. Speaker, indigenous households qualify for subsidies or exemptions on service payments, reduced rates for water and electricity, but yet there's still people that says that is without these necessities. It is in this context that we support people who do qualify in terms of government policy and our policy to give their dignity back. We want to call on government officials and portfolio councillors to treat our indigenous households with respect and dignity and not use them as soft targets. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is Councillor Kampi. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, when it comes to the issue of electricity regarding indigenous houses, I must come forward with a positive report with some of the residents which have complained about their tariffs being low and deduction that were happening on their tariffs. Indeed, those who have followed the process of submitting all the documents for clearance of their debts have been assisted. That I must come forward with, which is a good thing. I don't know those who are still waiting, because I did notice the process takes long, because there were some neighbors who waited for past 3 months, others 4 months, for their debts to be clear so that they can revert back to their normal units. I must give thanks to that. Going back to the budget that doesn't speak to the business owners, such as the tavern owners, it pains, because they are paying so much fees to this municipality, yet it's unfair that the budget doesn't even have something to say for them, to meet them halfway, so that they can also be business owners who have profit for their business, unless the agenda is to take away the last business that the Black people still owns under their name. So the George municipality needs to take that into consideration, that the business owners, with so much illegal alcohol shipping happening here, with your law enforcement not doing anything about it, and it still kills the business owners who are paying such fees to the municipality, yet they are not protected, yet there's no budget that comes to meet them halfway. I think it's
Thank
time
you,
that
Councillor.
the
Your
municipality
time,
takes that into consideration.
Councillor, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Councillor, there's no point in shouting at me. Your time is up. Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Alderman van Niekerk. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the Executive Mayor, thank you very much for tabling this responsible, well-balanced multi-year draft budget under very challenging circumstances. You know, and I know, that only the best interest of the citizens of George is foremost at all material times, and as such, I second the recommendation as tabled on page 32. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. In line with Rule 17.5, which says at the discretion of the Speaker, a time of 10 minutes of response may be allowed to the Mayor or relevant member of the Maker to conclude a debate. The Mayor's hand is up and he has asked to clarify something. So I am exercising Rule 17.5 And Mayor, you may continue, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm just going to clarify one item, and that refers to the electricity increase. In terms, reference was made by specifically Councillor Kleinhans that the cost of supply has been withdrawn. I just need to highlight that the cost of supply determines the increase. And I want to put the following out. The 7.88 electricity tariff increase is across the board. That means there is in this item a section of cost of supply that speaks to the budget, meaning that all the building blocks of determining the electricity tariffs are all across the board at 7.88%. So that is the facts. There is no surprise other than the 7.88%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. With that, we are going to ask you to continue with your with item 11.3, which is tabling of the top layer service delivery and budget implementation plan, SDBIP 2026-27 by the Executive Mayor. You may continue, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to present to Council the 2026-2027 draft top layer service delivery and budget implementation plan, commonly referred to as the SDBIP. The SDBIP is not merely a compliance document, it's a critical implementation tool that translates our integrated development plan and approved budget into measurable service delivery targets and clear performance indicators. It is, in essence, our contract with the community, outlining that we intend to deliver, how we will deliver it, and within what timeframes. Honourable councillors, the draft top layer SDBIP set out the strategic priorities of the George Municipality for 2026-2027 financial year. It aligns directly with our developmental objectives and responds to the needs and expectations of our residents. It reflects our continued commitment to improving basic service delivery, maintaining and upgrading infrastructure, promoting economic growth and job creation, and ensuring sound financial management. Through this plan, we continue placing emphasis on mandated focus areas, including the provision and maintenance of reliable water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal services, investment in infrastructure to support growth and sustainability, enhancing local economic development and job creation opportunities, strengthening governance, accountability, and institutional performances, improving community safety and social well-being. The top layer SDBIP provides a high-level overview of organizational performance, linking strategic objectives to key performance indicators and quarterly targets. It enables council and the public to track progress and hold the administration accountable throughout the financial year. Importantly, this draft SDBIP has been prepared in alignment with the approved medium-term revenue and expenditure framework. It ensures that our planned activities are financially viable and the resources are allocated in a manner that maximizes impact and value for money. Honourable Speaker, transparency and accountability remain at the heart of our governance approach. The tabling of this draft SDBIP marks the beginning of a process that includes further refinement, performance agreements, and an ongoing monitoring. It also provides an opportunity for councillors, stakeholders, and the general public to engage with the proposed targets and ensure that they are realistically measurable and responsive to community needs. We are mindful of the challenges that lie ahead, including potential effects of internationally geopolitical instances, pressures, financial constraints, rising service delivery demands, and the need to build resilience in the face of environmental and economic pressure. However, through careful planning, disciplined implementation, and strong oversight, we are confident in our ability to deliver on our mandate. We will solicit input from the public and other stakeholders during the IDP budget roadshow in April 2026 before finalizing of the budget and SDBIP. Let us remember that the success of the SDBIP will not be measured only by the achievement of targets, by the tangible improvement in the quality of life of our residents. In closing, I wish to thank the acting municipal manager and administration for their work in compiling the draft plan. Now, I also thank the councillors for their ongoing commitment to good governance and service delivery excellence.
I hereby table the 2026-2027 draft top layer SDBIP before council for noting. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. We'll continue with the item, and the first person to speak on the item is Alderman Krutzinger. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Executive Mayor, thank you very much for what you've alluded to in regarding our SDBIP and our top layer SDBIP. This SDBIP is not merely a compliance document, it's also a living document that enables council to monitor progress, enforce accountability, and ensure that service delivery commitments are achieved. The process of public disclosure and engagement further strengthens transparency and community oversight. Thank you very much to all those involved, and our executive directors, for being part of this and making this a living document. I just want to, in conclusion, I wish to present the recommendations as on page 1676 for council's approval. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The next to speak on this item is Councillor F.M. Darker. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying the councillor just spoke about this is not this thing is not a complaint, but it's there to make sure that service is going. I fail to understand that, but it's fine. Mayor, you put these things on a beautiful way when you speak about them. Kanti ayinjalo. Kanti ayinjalo, Mayor. Uvile apha wena, Mayor. Usithi uphendula uCouncillor Kleinhans. Umxelela ngendlela yaseThembalethu, iNelson Mandela Boulevard. Mangiqale pha, imizuzu yami mibini. Mangiqale pha. Jonga ke Mayor. Indlela yaseThembalethu, it's not Nelson Mandela Boulevard only. When he made reference about other roads as well that are in Timberlake, that you are not taking care of them. I'll make an example. Peterson Street, there's a part that is never finished. It was put paving there, but that paving is not finished. But you are here telling us about Nelson Mandela Boulevard. That Nelson Mandela Boulevard as well, because of this corrupt municipality, it has to be started over again because of you. You always refer this thing and said you are going to put it in the public participation. I would love to see what are the comments of the people that are going to say. I would love to see the comments of the.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. There was a few instances that may need translation. Is the translator ready?
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start by saying that the councillor spoke about how this budget or this document monitors compliance, and he says things very beautifully. But to be honest, things are not the way he puts them. I heard you responding to Councillor Kleinhans about the Nelson Mandela Boulevard. Timberlake has other roads except for Nelson Mandela Boulevard. For instance, the Peterson Street, which still needs attention. The Nelson Mandela Boulevard needs to be redone. You always mention public participation and how the public will be involved, but I still want to hear what they would say about how things are happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinhans. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, die PA kan nie hierdie eerder SDBIP ondersteun. Die KPI's lyk baie mooi op papier, maar dit wys nie op die grond nie. En die KPI's speaker is nie duidelik meetbaar, dis onirrelevant tot ons mense se eisers wat daar buite aangaan. Volgens die Municipal Finance Management Act moet dit dienslewering dryf, maar dit doen dit nie. Daar's geen tekens wat regter jy kan gaan kyk nie, geen aanspreeklikheid nie, geen resultate, want ons gemeenskappe lyk nog steeds soos wat dit lyk. Ek wil dus sê, speaker, dat die burgemeester en sy executive moet teruggaan en gaan seker maak dat hierdie SDBIP werklike veranderinge wat daar buite bring, want dis die enigste dokument wat 'n munisipaliteit het om die werklike verandering daar buite te dryf. Baie dankie, speaker.
Can we have a translation, please?
Speaker, the councillor says that the PA does not support the SDBIP because it feels that some of the KPAs and the KPIs are either irrelevant or do not address service delivery on the ground level. And some of the targets are also not as clear as they're supposed to be. He also feels that the results are also not, or intended results are not tangible on the ground. So the people do not feel it as in terms of service delivery. The mayor and his team, he urges must go back and look at this service SDBIP so that it can be improved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Carolus. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Speaker, weer eens. The PBI take note of this item, SDBIP, but we cannot support this nice-to-have document. Speaker, implementation of this document is altyd 'n probleem in ons gemeenskappe. Diensleweringskwessies bly 'n kwelling. Public participation in terms of this document must always be a high priority. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll move on to the next speaker on the item, which is Councillor Crenier. Councillor, you have, Alderman, sorry. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the proposal. Thank you. And the recommendations.
Thank you very much, councillors. And Alderman, that item therefore carries. Councillors, I'm sure you'll all agree, we've had quite a long session so far this morning. My time now says 1 o'clock, and I'm going to ask that we have a 30-minute break for lunch before we continue with the next items. And we'll see you back in the meeting at 1:30. Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned until 1:30. to the end of our half an hour adjournment. And I notice we are still 67 people in the meeting, so we're there for a quorum. And I'm going to ask that the Executive Mayor please now table the adoption of the oversight report for 2024-25 annual report and the approval of the 2024-25 annual report by the Executive Mayor. Mayor, you may continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The annual report provides a comprehensive account of the municipality's performance over the past financial year. It outlines our achievements, it identifies areas where we have fallen short, and it presents our financial position with transparency. However, it is through the oversight process that this report gains its true value, as it is interrogated, evaluated, and strengthened through the collective efforts of council and the public. The oversight report before you today is the product of careful review by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. It reflects input from various oversight structures, the public participation process, and engagement with stakeholders. I wish to extend my appreciation to all councillors, officials, and members of the community who contributed their time and insight to this important exercise. The oversight process kicked off immediately after the draft annual report was tabled to Council in January 2026, and it involved engagement with the management, the MPAC, our assurance structures, external stakeholders, as well as the general public. A product of this engagement was the oversight report and a final annual report for 2024-2025, which were accepted by the MPAC Committee of Acceptance in line with the delegation and was referred to this council. Now, councillors, oversight is not just about fault finding alone. It is about ensuring that we continuously improve in serving our residents. It is about ensuring that the public resources are utilized efficiently, effectively, and in the best interest of our community. In the past financial year, I can highlight that our financial viability remains within the norms. We reported gearing ratio of 28.99%, service debtors at 12.01%, and cash coverage ratio at 3.68%. A capital expenditure of 114%, that is well above the original capital budget expenditure of target of 95%. As we table this oversight report, we must remain mindful of the challenges faced during the period under review, including economic pressure, infrastructure demands, and the growing needs of our population. Yet, we must also recognize that the resilience of this municipality and the progress that has been made despite these challenges. We are aware of the need to push for better collection ratio beyond the 92.43% that we've achieved. It is our pursuit to provide more job opportunities through the EPWP program than the 804 that we were reported, the audited number. We want to provide more indigent subsidies to households that qualify and the basic services to all households as we should. This report therefore serves as both a mirror and a guide, a mirror reflecting our performance and a guide directing our future actions. I encourage all councillors to engage constructively with the content of this report. Let us approach this process with integrity, objectivity, and a shared commitment to improving the lives of people of George. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm that this administration remains dedicated to accountability, transparency, and responsive governance. Together, let us use the findings and recommendation of the oversight report to build a stronger, more effective municipality. I hereby table the oversight report on the draft annual report as well as a subsequent final annual report for the 2024-25 financial year for your consideration and adoption by Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor R. Fichland. You have 3 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for tabling this report in front of Council. Indeed, it is a mirror for us and a guide, and I therefore recommends that council accepts the recommendations as it is in the agenda of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Lenti. You have 1 minute. Councillor Lenti,
Hello, Speaker.
can you continue, please?
Hi, good Speaker. You know what, Speaker? We as the ANC will just note this item. We have this following question, Mr. Honorable Mayor. What is the use to table the annual report, but it doesn't speak to our beloved community? But I don't know, maybe this DA is doing whatever they want. When I check here, you mentioned that you will invite the organs of state in the council meeting. You invite them where? Because you're afraid of this opposition. You call the teams meeting. Speaker, or Honorable Mayor, and your DA, you failed dismal our community. You're afraid of the public participation. And when you talk about the public advertisement of local newspaper, so are you talking about the agent, so-called George Herald? Because they publish only
Thank
the
you,
things that are
Councillor.
benefiting
Thank you,
only
Councillor.
the DA.
Thank
CDC,
you, Councillor.
ANC,
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinhans. You have 3 minutes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, firstly, if the DA coalition is seriously about oversight, why then is part of their coalition partners the chairperson of MPAC? What do they have to hide? Why do they push? There was a report by Councillor Lowe when she was still the chairperson of this specific committee. And she asked, why is people on civil engineering projects being paid a salary, a IDP salary? Why is contractors making such a huge profit in George? That report has been brushed aside by this municipality. And here maybe we must come and clap hands for a nice report, an annual report and whatever. Speaker, this is not an oversight. This is not a report to be proud of. I cannot be a representative of the poorest of the poor and then come and clap hands here for an annual report where MPAC is being led by a coalition partner. Why in all municipalities the DA is jumping up and down and say, you can't be the judge and the jury. You can't be the player and the referee. But in George, the DA coalition is the player and the referee. There is no oversight in George municipality. Seriously, Speaker, I want to call today. There is great corruption going on in George municipality. And there's no report coming to council. This is the last warning. In corporate services, there's corruption and it's not coming to council. I will go in the next council meeting to raise a motion, and the officials must know I'm coming because there is councillors involved in this corruption. I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to put it out there already yet. I will present this evidence to the speaker, and I know, Speaker, you are a man of your word and you will investigate. Because we cannot have reports here in council and then we know there's people involved in corruption and we just brush it aside. Is the reason for this why this MPAC has been chaired by a coalition partner? Perhaps this is the reason why we don't want to see that. It can't be that we say, hi, the PA is a scam, the ANC is a scam. But when it comes to DA municipalities, DA coalitions, the MPAC chair is from the DA. Speaker, it is crystal clear that we must be open and transparent when all our dealings. And I want to thank some of these administrators in the municipality. Some of them are doing a great job, but some of them are hiding corruption. I want them to know that we are watching. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Simmers. You have 1 minute, please.
I second the proposal. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 11.5, approval for the raising of a long-term loan to fund the capital budget. The first person to speak on the item is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. This item, Executive Mayor, fellow councillors, this item reflects a municipality that is planning responsibly for the future while strengthening its ability to deliver services to our community. The approval of external loan funding for key infrastructure and fleet assets is not only necessary, it's strategic. These investments will directly support service delivery across departments, improve operational efficiency, excuse me, and ensure that we keep pace with the growing needs of our municipality. Importantly, this process has been fully compliant with the requirements of the MFMA. Proper public participation was undertaken, national and provincial treasury were consulted, and a transparent procurement process were followed in appointing reputable financial institutions. Honourable Speaker, what stands out is that this is a responsible borrowing aligned with to long-term infrastructure needs, supported by clear repayment plans and rooted in sound financial governance. This investment is about building capacity today to secure sustainable service delivery for tomorrow. I therefore ask that council to adopt the recommendations as per page 2264 of today's before council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Arnie. You have 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, again, you borrow the money and pay the interest, the money that you don't spend. We as ANC, we just noticed because every year you budget, you don't spend the money, there's a rollover, and still you don't spend. So what's the use of borrowing the money in the long term that you're gonna pay a lot of money to pay back that interest? So we say no that nothing we ain't that.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinans. You have 1 minute.
Mute. Speaker is mute, maar ons antwoord staan gedelen. Ons sal rustig wees.
Councillor, you're not muted. I actually just heard you, but that's fine. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gertz. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, die PBI neem kennis van hierdie item, maar kom ons praat reguit. Die DEA is besig om met die finansies van hierdie munisipaliteit te dobbel. Hulle gaan aan met lening op lening, sonder om vir hierdie raad en vir die publiek 'n duidelike en eerlike prentjie te gee van waar ons werklik staan. Hierdie is nie julle geld nie. Dit is die belastingbetalers se geld. Ons eis vandag 'n volledige verslag. Elke lening, elke rand, die terugbetalings, die rentelas en die werklike risiko vir hierdie munisipaliteit. En wanneer hierdie plan in mekaar val, want sonder 'n volhoubare strategie sal dit, dan is dit nie die DA wat gaan lei nie. Dit is die inwoners wat gaan sit met swak dienslewering, verhoogde druk en 'n munisipaliteit wat sukkel om kop bo water te hou. Wat is ons kredietwaardigheid? Hoe diep is hierdie munisipaliteit reeds in skuld? Die publiek het die reg om te weet. En laat ons dit baie duidelik stel. Die PBI sal nie toelaat dat hierdie munisipaliteit in die rooi gedryf word en dan eendag aan volgende administrasie oorhandig word as 'n finansiële ramp nie. Ons ken die DEA se manier. Wanneer dinge skeefloop, skuif julle die blame. Julle wys vingers. Julle probeer julle hande skoon was, soos wat reeds in ander munisipaliteite gebeur. Maar vandag is daar geen wegkruipplek nie en julle sal die verantwoordelikheid dra. Die PBI sê vandag, genoeg is genoeg. Ons sal nie toelaat dat hierdie munisipaliteit bankrot bestuur word nie. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
Speaker, the PBI that it says that it notes the item, and it must say that the DA is gambling with the finances of this municipality. It is saying that the public out there needs to be informed, because they need a response as to how many of these loans have the DA and the municipality actually approved, and what are the repayments. Because what they are saying is that if it should be that these processes do not work out in the end, how will the community be affected by the failure? How deep would be the municipality in debt if that is happening? The PAPI says that they will not allow the municipality to be handed over in a bad financial state. They will they will ensure that the DA carries the responsibility for the actions of these loans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on the item is Councillor Gultig. D, you have 1 minute.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. This item seeks Council's approval to raise the long-term loan to fund the already approved 2025-2026 capital budget as approved by all the councillors present. This does not constitute new expenditure, but the lawful financing of the essential infrastructure and fleet assets required for continued service delivery. The process has complied fully with the MFMA. Public and Treasury comments were considered, and the competitive procurement process resulted into the appointment of Nedbank and Standard Bank as merit. Adequate provision has been made within the MTREF to service this debt, ensuring affordability and financial sustainability. For these reasons, I second the recommendation made by Alderman Christener. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 11.6, which has been withdrawn. Item 11.7, the meaning of organ of state as contemplated in section 1102A of the MFMA circular number 133. The first to speak on the item is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, my fellow councillors. This item provides important clarity from National Treasury on the interpretation of an organ of state in terms of the MFMA, specifically related to procurement exemption. This key message, the key message is straightforward. While Section 1102A allows municipalities to contract directly with organs of state, this exemption must be applied strictly in line with the constitutional definition. National Treasury has now confirmed that Telkom SA SOC Limited does not qualify as an organ of state as it operates as a commercial entity and does not exercise public powers in terms of legislation as required by Section 239 of the Constitution. Honourable Speaker, this clarification is important for ensuring that our procurement processes remain fully compliant with the law and that we avoid the risk of irregular expenditure. Going forward, all procurement involving Telkom must follow the prescribed supply chain management processes, including competitive bidding where applicable. This is a positive step towards strengthening governance, improving compliance, and maintaining the integrity of our financial management system. I hereby recommend that Council to adopt the recommendation as per page 2287 of the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Lento. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good afternoon. What is the need or what is the use to talk about Telkom and everything, but you want to talk about the issues for George, not only for Telkom. I can hear that my fellow colleague, our Councillor Watu, she's talking about Telkom and everything, but we want to talk about the issues, burning issues of George. There's no need to be braggarash about Telkom and everything. Okay, you are quiet about the things of George. We as the ANC, we know this item. There's no need for us to discuss. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Nias. You have 1 minute, please. Councillor Nias.
I second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll move on to the next item, 11.8, which is the tender GMT 018 or 2425 tender for the appointment of panel of service providers for the rehabilitation of the roads within the George Municipal area. Consideration of comments received in terms of Section 33 of the MFMA. The first person to speak on the item is Councillor D. Gultig. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. This item before Council today is a procedural report confirming the outcome of the Section 33 MFMA public participation and Treasury consultation process. It does not introduce a new decision, but reports back on statutory compliance for a multi-year contract. I address the report relating to tender GMT 018/24-25 and the outcome of the Section 33 consultation process. As Council will recall, on 31 July 2025, Council resolved to initiate the Section 33 process for the appointment of the panel of service providers for the rehabilitation of resurfacing of roads within the George Municipality area. Due to multi-year nature of the contract, in compliance with the Section 33 of the MFMA, the municipality submitted a draft contract and supporting financial information to both national and provincial treasury. A public notice inviting comments for a period exceeding the required 30 days. The public participation process ran from 16 October to 17 November 2025. I wish to place on record that no comments, objections, or representations were received from National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, or the public during this period. The municipality manager, in his capacity as accounting officer, has confirmed that all procedural and legislation requirements have been fully compliant with. The Council retains the responsibility for ongoing oversight, affordability, and value for money. This report confirms that the statutory consultation process has been properly concluded. Council is therefore procedurally enabled to proceed with the implementation of this tender in line with the previous Section 33 resolution, allowing the municipality to move forward lawfully and responsibility with critical road rehabilitation work. Speaker, item is statutory reporting requirement confirming that due consultation has taken place in terms of Section 33 of the MFMA. I therefore recommend items A and B on page 2295. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Goeieman. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Executive Mayor, Council, and officials. Thank you for the opposed established panel service provider for rehabilitation of roads within our beautiful city of George. We all agree that the infrastructure requires urgent and high quality maintenance. However, mechanisms we choose to deliver these services must be scrutinized. By moving forward towards a pre-selected panel, we risk creating a closed-loop economy when we limit the pool of competitors to a fixed list. We often see price creeps where the lack of open market pressure leads to high cost and tax tariffs. Through competition strives on the open market, where every project is an opportunity for the best value emerge. Of the greater concern is the effect on our local small businesses. Small contractors form the backbone of George's economy, yet many are being exploited while the oversight structure remains inactive and fail to provide necessary support. This ongoing neglect undermines the sustainability and growth of our small businesses. Furthermore, once a panel is set for a multi-year period, it becomes a closed shop, and new innovators and hungry small businesses starts today in Pakistan, Timberlake or Blanco would have to wait years for the panel to reopen before they can even bid or work. This is not how we foster an inclusive local economy. While we support the goal of efficient road rehabilitation, we cannot support a mechanism that prioritizes administration convenience over an open competitive market for small businesses. We believe in procurement processes remain open, transparent, and accessible to everyone, capable contractors in George. Speaker, what we would like to highlight of wat ons wil sê is dat die klein besigheidjies gewoonlik word nie support deur hierdie panels as hulle ge-exploit word deur hierdie mense wie die kontrakte na toegeken is nie en hulle word gebyt in die agterbeen. Daar is ook geen regte groei vir hulle nie. Ons sal ook dan wil vra dat 30% toegeken word aan die klein kontrakteurs. Ons vra ook dat die speakers toch.
Sorry, Councillor, your time is up. Unfortunately, you only had 2 minutes and you've utilized it very well. We will move on to the next committee of the translation, please.
Speaker, the councillor stated that he needed he actually said that the small businesses were not being would not be supported by the bigger companies if the matter is allowed for them to have the contracts. And he also then proposes that a 30% share be allowed for these small contractors to be part of these tenders, an allocation of 30%.
Is that it?
Thank you. The rest is spoke in English, Speaker.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker. Councillor Carolus, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaker, the PBI take note of this item, but unfortunately, again, we can't support this item. Die PBI wil ook beaam met dit wat Councillor Goeieman sopas gesê het, en ons wil ons kommer uitspreek oor dit wat hy geopenbaar het. Speaker, paaie is 'n baie belangrike aspek binne ons gemeenskappe. Paaie is ook 'n baie groot werkverskaffer. Die afgelope 2 tot 4 jaar het ons ook gesien dat ons groot chaos het in Pakkelsdorp, Parkdien en self binne in die dorp. Voorbeelde, Pletter Boulevard, Golfstraat, die hele Pakkelsdorp. Miljoene rande word elke jaar aan kontrakteurs betaal en ons kry nie die resultate of goeie diens nie. Speaker, wat ons bekommerd is dat kontrakteurs of die mense wat die tenders kry, niks doen vir ontwikkeling as dit kom by ons kontrakteurs nie. Social responsibility is nie 'n woord wat hulle ken nie. Skills development, dit is 'n groot probleem, Speaker. Daar moet 'n policy gedevelop word waarin hierdie kontrakteurs of tenderpreneurs gedwing word om goed in te werk sodat ons kontrakteurs se gradings kan ge-uplift word. Emerging contractors gradings moet 'n prioriteit wees, Speaker. Dankie, Speaker.
Can I have the translation, please?
Speaker, the council is saying that they want to add their also concern to the views of Councillor Goeieman, that they note the item, but they do not support only having the other companies there, because they say road construction is a job creator where people actually can be having jobs, and also having taken cue from the past, the road construction process in Buckelsdorp was a bit chaotic in town also, and also the community. So the contractors that got the tenders need to be forced to do a social responsibility and also skills development. Develop the smaller contractors to also improve their grading, then everybody would be benefiting from the process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kampi. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, firstly, I want to correct you from stop being critic. You cannot come here time well who you tell us their time unwell. Stop that. We don't want a speaker who's biased whenever we are stating our comments or we are stating our opinions here. Now coming to the item.
Thank you.
Coming to the item, Speaker. You know one thing about ke masipala uyasebenzisa indleleni. George, whenever you enter George, you can even feel on the car is going smooth, but indlela is properly well maintained. So akosithi indlela ke ngoku. Xa bezinye izinto anoyiphinde zibaluleke apha kulomasipala. So okosibhizi nendlela. Azininzi into ezifuna ukuhoywa. So okoside sibuye sizirehabilitate. Singayibona le rehabilitation izovela istate ubeza imali ezinkulu kodwa ufumaniseka imingxunya nje emibini emithathu exikwayo. So le ndithi nina sinincome kakhulu ngendaba.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Masasi. You have 1 minute, please. Sorry, translation, please, first. Sorry, Councillor. Translation, please.
Speaker, regularly you will hear a saying that says you cannot compliment a person while they are listening. You know, we constantly hear of how the DA is improving roads. Everyone is talking about roads and the constant rehabilitation of these roads. Big amounts are spent on these roads. Meanwhile, there are other items that could be discussed or that we could focus on. Sometimes it's just small potholes, but then it is made to appear to be big items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Masasi. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As per my colleague, Councillor Gultich, this item presents the outcome of the public consultation process conducted in terms of Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act for the tender relating to road rehabilitation and resurfacing in areas of our municipality. The process was initiated by Council in July 2025, and it included submissions to national and provincial treasury, as well as a 30-day public participation period. No comments or objections were received from any stakeholders. This indicates that there are no concerns regarding the proposed multi-year contract or its financial commitments. There are also no additional financial implications beyond those already approved by Council. I therefore wish to second the recommendations made by Councillor Gultich. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 11.9, which is the appeal in terms of Section 62.1 of the Local Government Systems Act 2000, Act 32 of 2000, Act 4578. The first person to speak on the item is Councillor Suffers. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item is that we received an appeal locked against the decision that was taken by the Executive Mayor in Committee under item 12.2.2, October 2025. Speaker, therefore, the purpose of this report is for Council to appoint an appeal committee solution by the Executive Mayor in Committee on the 30th of October 2025. Speaker, therefore, I would like to give the names From our side, which will be sitting on that committee, it will be Councillor Edwards and Councillor Neetland. And then the opposition should nominate one member that will serve on this. Thank you, Speaker. Therefore, I propose Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Greer.
Goeiemiddag allemaal. Speaker, die komitee moet in ag neem dat die persoon wat die dispute ingedien het, is woonagtig en die persoon wat heidelik in die huis woon, is die persoon wat gekyk het al wat haar sig verloor het, maar